Good evening. In compliance with Chapter 551, Open Meetings of the Texas Government Code, I call to order a work session of the Board of Trustees of the Austin Independent School District for Thursday, July 28th, 2022 at 6:10 p.m. A quorum of the board are physically present at AISD Central Office to conduct this meeting. Board meetings are open to the public based on space availability to ensure social distancing and the health and safety of our community and staff. This meeting is streaming live on AISD TV and Apple TV. It is also being broadcast on cable channel 22 through Spectrum, Astound Broadband, and on channel 99 through AT&T UVerse. Closed captioning in English is available on these platforms for individuals who are deaf or hard of hearing. To our audience tuning in remotely and here in person, welcome and thank you for joining us. We will now move to the approval of the agenda. Trustee Boswell, do you have a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Having a motion by Trustee Boswell and a second by Trustee Anderson to approve the agenda, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. The motion passes by all those on the dais. Trustee Boswell, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the pledge to the Texas flag?
Yes. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Tonight is an opportunity for the Board of Trustees to discuss and share feedback on a potential order to call a bond election for November 2022. We want to remind the public that we will have an opportunity for public testimony on the potential vote to order a bond election during the August 9th special voting meeting. The community can also always email trustees on this issue or any others at trustees@austinisd.org. We do also have a special announcement tonight from Interim Superintendent Dr. Mays. Dr. Mays, could you please share the news for our district?
Thank you. Before we begin, I'd like to take a moment to make a couple of announcements. Earlier today, we shared with our staff and community the appointment of Lieutenant Wayne Sneed as our next Chief of Police. You mind standing up back there for us, sir? It gives me great pleasure to make this appointment. Chief Sneed will take the helm on Monday, August 1st, and we're thankful to have him leading us in our efforts to keep our students and staff safe. He brings over 40 years of experience in law enforcement and has served AISD the last 10 years, and most recently working with community engagement and crisis intervention team. Again, please join me in welcoming Chief Wayne Sneed one more time. I don't see Lieutenant Freshout, but I would be remiss if I didn't thank her. She's been serving as an interim for us. We appreciate her service and leadership during this time. So if you see her walking through the building, please make sure we let her know that we appreciate her holding it down for at least 3 months, I believe. I'd also like to announce that on Saturday, August 6th at 9 a.m. at our AISD Back to School Bash at the Palmer Event Center, we will also present information to our parents and community on school safety. Our new Chief of Police will share what the police department, working with our school leadership and operations, are doing to help keep students and staff safe. We're looking forward to a great event and hope everyone will join us.
Thank you, Dr. Mays. And on behalf of the Board of Trustees, congratulations, Chief Sneed. And for those who are not aware of the deep work that Chief Sneed has done in our district, he has truly set the standard for us in mental health work in policing. And for that, I am profoundly grateful, and I'm thrilled to see the expertise that he's going to bring to the helm. So thank you. Now, and I do want to make sure I thank Lieutenant Freshour, too, for your leadership and service. Very much appreciate you being here and making sure that our district moves forward in the right ways. So Before we ask the administration to share our latest updates and timeline, I would like to ask the board to consider moving the executive session portion for the bond. We are scheduled to receive legal advice tonight for the bond, including legal guidance on legislative and legal requirements for a bond election. Some of this guidance may assist trustees in tonight's discussion. Trustees, are there any concerns or questions about moving the executive session for legal advice on the bond for now before returning to our open discussion? Not hearing any, we will now recess the open meeting at 6:15 p.m. and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. Once we have finished, we will return to the dais for the discussion before going back to executive session at the end of the meeting for other scheduled items. We will now reconvene the open meeting at, let's see, does anyone have 7:24 PM? Dr. Mays, would you introduce our item and our staff for tonight's presentation, please?
Yes, ma'am. And now to today's board work session. I want to thank the board for your time this evening. Tonight, we continue the discussion that started well over a year ago on a potential bond for 2022. Our request is to receive feedback from you, our trustees, on priorities to be included in a final bond proposal. In addition, following all of the work of the Long Range Planning Committee and the Bond Steering Committee, our focus after the board vote on August 9th will shift to expanding our community engagement and outreach. We have a tremendous need and urgency to provide our students and staff with safe and secure buildings while investing equitably in Austin schools. Pending approval by the board, the district will be ready to provide factual and timely information to each community on how this bond could impact schools and district needs. Included in tonight's agenda is an attachment outlining the district's community engagement and communication strategy. While not the primary focus for tonight, we welcome the board's feedback on adjustments or strategies for outreach. We also invite our community to share feedback on our messaging and outreach. We appreciate the important role of trustees and community members in sharing the needs of campuses and providing information on what these bonds can and cannot provide. We commit to providing accurate information by campus so it is clear to the public that what they are voting on for in November. Our team has already created an interactive map, which can be found on our website, and a link is available in tonight's agenda. We want to thank our Bond Steering Committee co-chairs for joining us tonight to help with the presentation, and all the members of the BSC and LRP, here in person or watching at home. We have our Chief Operations Officer, Matia Segura, Chief Financial Officer, Ed Ramos, and our Equity Officer, Dr. Stephanie Holly, presenting tonight along with the co-chairs. Chief Segura, could you please go ahead and start our presentation for tonight?
Absolutely. Dr. Mays, trustees, very much appreciate the opportunity to be here with you all tonight to share with you all the great work that's been going on and the work most specifically completed by the Bond Steering Committee this past weekend. So as we move forward, I would like to identify a couple of objectives. You know, our goal is really it's to refine, to improve, to hear y'all's feedback so that we can move towards a plan that can come to the board for approval. You'll see later in the presentation some adjustments done within the finance portion, and CFO Ed Ramos will be able to do that. We're also going to provide some feedback regarding the communications and the engagement opportunities we've had over the last week. Certainly excited to talk about that, and with that now, I'll hand it over to Ed Ramos, our CFO.
So one of the tasks that the board asked us to look at was to look at our debt capacity calculations and make sure that we were maximizing what we are able to do as a district. So if you remember early on, we did come out with some debt capacity estimates. The first one, the smaller one, was $1.55 billion with a 0 tax rate increase. The larger calculation was $2.18 billion with a 1 cent tax increase. And those are based on the assumption that we would continue to see increased property value growth. So the basis for those calculations were just property value growth. One of the things that we also know as a district is over the next 5 years, we will continue to look at opportunities in refinancing our debt. And so we do know that if we move forward with a bond program over the next 5 years, we will be refinancing debt over those years. And so when we throw those opportunities into the calculations, we were able to refine our estimates. And so now tonight, we will be working with the first proposal with a no tax rate increase will be at $1.75 billion. And the second proposal with a 1 cent tax increase, we are looking at a $2.25 billion proposal. Next slide. We also wanted to clarify the tax rate impact. As you know, the larger proposal comes with a 1 cent tax increase. Keeping in mind that the simplest calculation for a homeowner with regards to that 1 cent increase would be if a homeowner has a home valued at $400,000, that would be a $40 $6 a year total tax increase for that homeowner. If their home is valued at $500,000, they would have a $50 per year tax increase for that same homeowner. But when we talk about that 1 penny increase, we are only talking about the debt service portion of our tax rate. Keeping in mind that school districts, we have 2 portions that make up our tax rate, the debt service tax rate and the maintenance and operations tax rate. So one of the things that we want to clarify is when we put together the total tax rate as a district, we do know that because of the current state funding and property tax compression that districts are required to calculate, as a district, we will be required to reduce our maintenance and operations tax rate by 6.5 cents. So that's a given. So when you look at the 6.5 cent tax rate reduction on the M&O side, the 1 penny increase on the debt service side, depending on which proposal the board decides to move forward with, the net impact to a homeowner would be, for next year, would be either a 5.5 cent total tax rate reduction or a 6.5 cent total tax rate reduction. So at the end of the day, our community will see a tax rate reduction in their Austin ISD taxes.
Thank you, Ed. And so as we move into the proposals, I do want to point out that these are, as we move forward and review the proposals, I do want to point out that we're going to be focusing on the changes. As you recall, about 2 weeks ago, we came before you and presented Plan A and Plan B as proposed by the Bond Steering Committee. This presentation will highlight the changes from those initial plans. So again, draft plan proposal A includes $1.75 billion at no tax rate increase. Some of the things I'd like to highlight that have changed, we included additional funding for safety and security. One of the things that we heard in our community meetings was just really a need to reinforce and promote some of those improvements. We also include additional funding for educational spaces. Phased elementary schools, which is something we heard from the board as not a desire as we move forward and pursue modernizations. So all of those went from partial modernizations to full. We also allocated funds for CTE improvements across Aikens High School, Navarro, and Crockett Early College High Schools. One of the things I'm also very proud of is, the work associated with really evaluating the open space concepts tied to Cook, Oak Hill, Odom, and Williams. I will point out that Houston Elementary School is also an open concept campus, but that is included within one of the modernizations, so it's not included in this list here. But we did take a deep look at each campus and identify what dollars could be allocated to really address that issue and improve security. We also identified additional improvements at Delco and additional funding for secondary school athletic facility repairs. The Bond Steering Committee did a tremendous amount of work on Saturday, and this is a summation of the modernizations. You can see here the elementary school modernizations. Certainly want to point out, again, that Ruther Sadler Means continues to be a full modernization, as well as Travis Early College High School. Throughout the process, our team has been able to refine budgets just to acknowledge, as we move through the process, we learn more about the site, we understand more about bundling, and so you'll see that in the backup documents as well. You can see here also on the right, the phase modernization as originally identified was planned for Burnett Middle School and then Northeast Early College High School. So moving on, now we're going to provide kind of the changes regarding draft proposal B. Again, this is $2.25 billion with a 1 cent tax rate increase. Some of the things that have changed include, and before I say what's changed, I want to point out that this again includes everything that's in Plan A. We're building from Plan A. Additional funding for special education spaces. We had the opportunity to get feedback from a variety of stakeholders, and we adjusted the projects to really focus on inclusion. And so what you're finding is kind of a bundling approach, and we're limiting the identification of specific sites, but really trying to figure out where in the organization do we have opportunities to promote inclusion for these student groups, and you'll see that in the proposal. This also includes the Phase 1 modernization of Martin Middle School. Very excited about that project, as well as a full modernization of Wooten Elementary. I do want to point out that there were two things removed. Teacher housing was removed at $50 million, as well as Bear Creek. Both of those were removed by the Bond Steering Committee as part of Plan B. Here on this slide, you'll see the full list of modernizations associated with Plan B. You can see here highlighted in green the two that were added. Burnett previously was a phased modernization. It has now been moved to a full modernization. And then on the right, you can see the inclusion of Dobie, Martin, LBJ Phase 2, as well as Hill Phase 2. And so these are the full list of modernizations associated with Plan B at this time. And I'm very excited about these projects. They're certainly going to have a wonderful impact on our student experience. So we also heard from the board last time that some additional information was going to be helpful as we consider all of these projects. One of the things we wanted to focus on was just some of the benefits of modernized facilities. You know, we learned a lot through the pandemic, and we certainly understand that, you know, as we improve these spaces, we really are enhancing the student environment. Improved safety features. Every new modernized facility will be up to our safety standards. I want to be very, very clear. That is the requirement. And that is certainly will be the case with all of these that are proposed. Also, you know, indoor air quality. It's a very important aspect of what we evaluate every single day. As you know, many of our systems are very aged and can't produce high quality air as it would if we had a completely new improved system. I also want to point out that we have a significant reduction in utility costs. We've actually, through the 2017 bond program, been able to track that, and we have some case studies that kind of show that improvement. And just looking at utility costs as we move on to slide 14, you can see Govalia and Menchaca, which were part of the 2017 bond program that were delivered as part of the first set of schools. We did see a reduction of $74,000. And I do want to point out that we didn't take credit for the pandemic year whenever our schools were less occupied. We did tie it back to a full year of occupancy, in case anybody's asking. It's also important to note that Govalia Elementary School is in the nation's top 5% of energy performance. It's kind of our expectation moving forward that when we produce and build these facilities that they are very efficient. And you'll see just, you know, over and over again, when we have these modernized facilities, these schools will go from some of the most inefficient, most costly to the most efficient. So we're very excited about that. And with the number of modernizations proposed in each of these plans, we're very excited about the continued savings. And again, these are costs that come out of our general operating budget, right? The same budget that we used to pay for salaries and programming. Some of the other things that I certainly want to point out, and you heard me just talk about the connection back to our general operating budget. As a reminder, last year we spent $12 million on maintenance costs. These are those repairs that we all hear, right? The plumbing leaks, the electrical systems going out, the HVAC systems going out. And so, you know, this is it's a significant expense. You know, Ed and I work closely to do whatever we can, but by and large, these are just Band-Aids. And to really remove that burden, we're looking towards large, significant improvements. As a corollary, though not directly tied, you can also see the trend in total work orders. I do want to point out 2020 was a pandemic year, but as a system, we have really been trying to remove that burden, and we have tens of thousands of work orders, and we are moving in the right direction, and these improvements will only help us improve and become more efficient and reduce our cost. One of the other things we heard through the process was, you know, some more clarity around teacher housing. What is it? What could it do? You know, does AISD have a plan? And this is one of those things that has been an initiative for us as an organization for quite some time. We certainly understand that, you know, our teachers, our community, were in an affordability crisis. All of this is not in lieu of pay raises. You know, this is in addition to. We certainly want to make sure that we provide opportunities for our staff to live in the communities that they serve. And so that was really the premise for this type of solution. And what I'll tell you about housing in general and how it's proposed is just that, you know, it's a multiplier effect. You know, we're really using the debt and inexpensive debt to allow us to create value as we develop these projects. And again, overall, continued mission for the district to support teachers and staff. Something I want to point out, it was shared before with the trustees in a work session. It just shows the staff that we have here at AISD. Again, this is all staff. What I want to point you to is to the highlight, the yellow highlight, and what you'll see is there are a little over 5,000 teachers who are at 80% median family income. And so, and as a total, a little over 9,000. And the reason 80% is important is because when you think about affordable housing, and a lot of times people, think about that, and they're really talking about 60% median family income or lower. And so often we think about the missing middle, right, the gap. All of the folks that work at AISD, we believe should have an opportunity to live in the communities that they serve, and this is an attempt to begin to provide those opportunities. As always, we're competing for talent. Teachers are absolutely critical, the key piece in education. And so for us, just making sure that we are competing on all fronts, it's critical that we do it, and this is one of the opportunities we have identified. So I do want to point out that, teacher housing bonds have been done in Texas, and there are multiple case studies around the country. I often tell people our goal is to create a creative, elegant solution that anybody would want to live in. And our hope is that, as we move through, this process, regardless of this bond, AISD is committed to addressing that concern. So some of the things that we've heard, right? The last couple of weeks, we've heard a lot. We've had a lot of engagement opportunities. We've had a lot of conversations. This lists some of the things that have come up most. Certainly, a lot of folks excited about the projects that currently are in each of the plans. We've had lots of conversations about teacher housing, modernizations, certainly. We've had conversations about athletic facilities, we've had conversations about gymnasiums, Anderson Gymnasium, Crockett Gymnasium. We've had conversations about security. Security has been one of the things that, as we all would expect, is a focus. And so not only, communicating how security is reflected in these plans, but also our goal in sequencing these projects so that we prioritize those investments over the next several years. So again, this is just a summary of what we've heard. We can certainly dive into any one of these at a later time, but wanted to share this with the board. So I think at this point, we'd want to hand it over to our communications team to discuss some of the upcoming opportunities, if you don't mind. Oh, Jason, I'll scoot over. Go ahead.
Sorry.
No, you good.
Good evening, trustees. I'm back again to give an update on the results of our engagement efforts over the past week. I will try to keep it brief, but we concluded 2 virtual engagement sessions that were yesterday. We were really pleased with the turnout and had some great conversations. So I'm just going to share some highlights of what we heard. We did have just over 300 participants, and accompanying that, 153 responses to our survey. We did see 77 schools represented, which wasn't quite as high. I think we were just over 100 last time, but we did have less time to promote and get the word out this time around. In the folks that did take the survey, we asked them, based on their current understanding, whether they were kind of feeling in favor of A, B, or still unsure. We were told by the survey respondents, proposal A, 17% preferred, 56% preferred proposal B, and 26% remain unsure. We did have a few guiding questions. One, what parts of the draft bond proposal are most exciting to you? Folks were happy to see, I think, with the list that Matthias had shared previously, that I think they felt that the bond steering committee was responsive to all the things that they'd heard many of the things they heard in the first round. So additional investments in CTE were exciting for folks. Those universal design elements that we're going to be investing with those special education dollars. Additional safety and security, so in addition to the vestibules, the fencing and locks, I think people were pleased to hear about. Addressing the open concept schools, though, while they were happy to see that would be addressed, there were a lot of requests that if we're doing that investment, they'd like to see, could it not be a full modernization? Again, of course, HVAC, mental health centers, those are all things that we heard again, that we'd heard the first time around. Also, folks just getting excited about the potential to free up money to pay our teachers better. We did hear some folks pleased to see that Hill Phase 2 was in the proposal B, and a lot of excitement about the full modernizations of Travis, Houston, and Wheaton. Some of the concerns that we heard, there was a great deal of concern, I think, shared about the condition of some of our schools that maybe didn't make the cut. The ones that came up the most were McCallum, Highland Park, Gillette, and O'Henry. Some folks did bring up they were disappointed to see the omission of the Bear Creek expansion. Others brought up disappointment in seeing the teacher housing go away. We did hear a lot about safety concerns, not just of those open floor plans, but as well as schools that have a lot of windows aligning the sides of the school, and hoping that there'd be something done to address that, and a lot of just general concern about what will be done to improve safety in the meantime while we're waiting for some of these investments. And I will say that that was the #1 topic that came up in our Spanish language discussions as well, safety and security. Not only bond-funded concerns, but desire to see more security. There was a request for the clear backpacks and even metal detectors. I think there's a lot of concern about what next school year is going to look like. Let's see. We did hear also both sides. We heard some folks kind of expressing concern for the potential of raising the tax rate, and if Austinites would be in support of that. But at the same time, we also heard a lot of folks tell us, go big. Just get done what you need to get done so you don't have to come back. And let's see, there was also some discussion about the campuses that were chosen, some of them being under-enrolled. So there was a little bit of, we did explain kind of the thinking and strategy behind that, especially looking at the location of the school and potential charter schools that are new and bright and shiny right down the street, and that kind of strategic thinking behind that. We also, though, heard that some folks felt that if their school was not being modernized, that they might be more vulnerable to closure in the future, so feeling fear of being left off for that reason. And also, some other folks did make note that they felt like maybe some of the athletic investments were taking priority over classroom investments in classrooms. And I think that was mostly referencing the classroom design, addressing that open concept, but it came up a few times. And just real quickly, what ideas they had for how we could strengthen the proposal. We did see some comments about including funding for outdoor spaces to really look at any campuses that might not have the capacity to service students if there was bad weather inside. So with that essential area redesign, looking closely, are we supporting those campuses with investments that could help them there? We did hear a lot about electric buses and the sustainability features. Again, the open concept design. And there was also, which is something that came up the first time around and of course came up again, was schools that were originally planned to receive a phase 2 from prior planning processes, hoping that to see the district kind of honor those past plans. Just specifically, we did hear quite a bit about wanting to see more investments in Central and Southeast Austin. And again, raising the tax rate, there was a considerable amount of excitement about what it does for us when we can get more of those modernizations in and getting more school communities in. And so I did hear a lot of support for that as well. But then on the flip side, I think there was conversation around or questioning around how certain schools were prioritized if they maybe didn't have the facility condition scores that, if my school had a condition of 36 and I see that maybe there's one on the list that had 60 and having a hard time maybe understanding that, which is something that I think we recognize that we need to do a better job of kind of explaining how we arrived at whatever modernizations it is that we do choose to go forward with. So that is all of the highlights that I'm going to go ahead and share. You do have the report included in your folders, and I apologize they're not on board docs because we got it wrapped up today. But I'm going to go ahead and pass it along to Mr. Sanford to talk a bit about the communications.
Good evening, President Rodriguez, Dr. Mays, and trustees. My slide in the deck essentially summarizes what I told you last time, and at the risk of repeating myself, it's in 3 phases. The first phase, when you call the election, is us putting together and also doing a public education campaign kickoff that includes finalizing the one-pagers and the collateral materials, the social media package and presentation kit, doing a press conference the day after, media briefings in the following days, and pitching the media, and training over the next 2 months all of our spokespersons, and that includes pretty much anyone who can hear my voice right now. All of you, all of us, and all of our stakeholders in the community. We'll also be continuing community engagement. You might be asking how we can do it on such a truncated timeline. A lot of you remember 2017, when the election was called in June, and we had the bond book done in late August or early September, as I recall. Here's how we're going to do it. On August 9th, I hope, or we are anticipating calling the election on August 10th through 12th. We're going to populate the spreadsheet that can be uploaded. Matthias assures me they already have all of the codes for all of the data that is required. It's a matter of picking the right ones, picking the right projects. We have all the possible projects loaded in. Because that spreadsheet is written by engineers and not poets, we're going to need a couple of days to translate that into English. And then we're going to need a couple of days to translate that into Spanish, because what Matthias's team does is great and accurate, but is oftentimes impenetrable. So we're going to need a couple of days there. August 18th through 19th, we're going to upload it to the templates for the one-pagers. I say 2 days, it should be perfect. We should press a button and it should go. We all know how computers work, so we're asking for 2 days to figure out how to do it right, because oftentimes you got to figure out where in the spreadsheet is the thing that's holding it up. Then we're going to take the following week for review. In our experience, getting everyone to agree on what should be on the one-pager is the tough part. I hope that everyone here feels the urgency of time. We were told last time that time's a waste, and we have less than 100 days now. So I do not anticipate that review process will take nearly as long as it did in 2017. So then, at the end of 2 weeks, we will have the one-pagers. It will take some time to lay out the book, and there'll be other things in the bond book, other ways of cutting the data. It won't just be a series of one-pagers. It'll be how much is being spent in certain parts of town, that type of thing, making it, taking a more citywide, district-wide view of things rather than just school by school. Phase 2 then is the continued engagement. We're setting up both private and public stakeholder meetings, tabling at our events, tabling community events, and of course ongoing media relations. It'll be a busy election season, but everyone cares about the school, so I don't anticipate needing to work too hard to get attention for this, especially even the smaller package would be by far the biggest bond we've ever done in this city. And I think that could, at the very least, the size of it will be able to get media attention, and the more things we have in it, the more reasons for people to pay attention to it. Then the final phase is the Get Out the Vote campaign, which corresponds roughly with the time that people can vote. Again, in all of this, we will be I like to say religious, but I should probably just say strict about sticking to the facts, not advocating, just clarifying, clearing up misinformation, and making sure everyone is on the same page when it comes to the facts, because as we all know, these days that is a full-time job in its own.
Thank you, Mr. Sanford. Now I'd like to pass it over to Anastasia Teague, one of our co-chairs, who's been working with us just so well over the last several months. Thank you for your time, and just wanted to offer some time for you to kind of share your thoughts.
Yeah, thank you. Good evening. So like Matthias said, I'm Anastasia Teague, one of the co-chairs of the Bond Steering Committee. In addition to myself, we have several members of our committee who are here tonight in the second row. In case any questions come up that they might be able to answer, they're here. So my intent right now is to provide an update on our last meeting and how we arrived at the second draft of the bond proposals. After listening to community feedback and feedback from the board last week, the Bond Steering Committee met again on Saturday to complete draft number 2 of both packages. As you've heard, they're pretty similar to the original versions, but since we were able to increase the cost of both, which is awesome, we were able to incorporate more feedback and add projects without removing anything critical from both proposals. I'm especially proud of the new projects we added to increase safety and security, especially funding for locks, door hardware, and fencing, as well as adding doors and walls to all of those open design classrooms across the district that currently don't have them, like you heard from Matthias. This is in addition to the secure vestibules that were already part of both packages. We were also able to increase funding in CTE and special education and move any of those partial modernizations of elementary schools that were in the first draft to those full modernizations so that we aren't phasing any elementary schools. We are very confident that this second draft addresses a lot of the feedback and concerns that we heard last week, and it sounds like the feedback from the community that we got from Allie maybe agrees. We understand that you now are going to have the opportunity to take these back to your community and your district for feedback. We suspect that there will be small changes to our recommendation by the time it is voted on, but don't want that to overshadow the big picture that this process that we use to develop these bond proposals will result in the most equitable bond to ever come out of this district. Possibly the most equitable bond anywhere, ever. If this bond passes, the impact will be felt across the district with savings on our maintenance and operating budgets, which you've heard tonight, as well as attracting teachers and students to our district. It is crucial that the bond passes. Before I wrap up, I want to thank the staff who's been working very hard this week to update materials, to incorporate the changes we made on Saturday so that they would be presented in yesterday's community conversations and the meeting tonight. I also want to thank the committee again for their continued dedication to the work. As I mentioned, there are multiple members of us here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity to be here and are ready to answer questions if you might have any during the Q&A portion. I believe now I will pass it over to Dr. Hawley. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to start with a note of gratitude. And Anastasia, I really do believe, as you said, it's crucial for this bond to pass. I also believe that this is probably the most intense process I've seen, where there was a lot of involvement. And I've heard a lot of people talking about the equity by design process, which was developed with a lot of community input over several years across the Central Texas community. But I have never seen anyone put it into action at this scale. And I think the power of what was done here is the community leadership, the staff guidance, and they engaged in something that few organizations engage in, which is root cause analysis, which was really fascinating work, right, Anastasia? We, many times people want to jump to the solutions without finding out what the root causes are. And so I think we can be really proud that we spent the time, an incredible amount of time, looking at root causes and then going and talking to people about what solutions are. And the other thing that I think we can be very proud of as a district is that we talked to the communities that have been historically marginalized, and we listened to those lived experiences. And I was just blown away by the tour, the facility tours. They actually put boots on the ground and went into facilities. They didn't just look at the scores on paper, but they literally went in and then had meetings in some of our schools where the facilities are pretty challenging as well. And so all of that, I think, lends to the authenticity of what was done. It's easy to do shortcuts, and this was difficult work. Matthias's leadership has been amazing. Mel, I mean, I hate to start calling names because I will miss folks who have been in these meetings and have listened carefully to the community. And we know it's not perfect. And I've told some of the folks that they wanted everything to be just flawless. Well, it's not flawless. And so there will need to be changes because we know we have to be more inclusive. This was a beautiful process, but we know that we don't know everything. And as smart as all of the folks who were on the committee, we know that you are going to gather more information, and we need to make space for those things around safety and making sure that everybody knows that they are connected to this work, and whether your school gets a project or not, the whole of this district is better because we went to the margins, and usually when the folks at the margins are doing well, everybody's doing well. So I think AISD has a lot to be proud of. And this process will continue because we're working on the long-range planning. And so that's where this work started. And we want this to become a part of our culture and the way we do work. And so this is our first try, but again, agree with Anastasia. This has to pass because this will change lives of our students everywhere across the district.
Thank you, Dr. Hawley. And now, Dr. Mays and trustees, we're more than happy to answer any questions that y'all may have.
I do want to say thank you to everybody that stepped up tonight to share this presentation, and then we'll go ahead and turn it over to Trustee Wagner and the team for questions.
Thank you very much to our administration, and another echo of thanks to our steering committee members for your tireless work on this project and your commitment to trying to do the right thing for our district, as well as to our long-range planning committee. Very much appreciate you all and the impact that you've had in bringing this forward. Before I recognize trustees, I would like to remind trustees and community that tonight's meeting's an opportunity for feedback and questions. So trustees, this is an opportunity for you to share with the administration your thoughts and expectations for the bond proposal prior to administrative recommendation on Thursday, August 9th. So the way I'd like to structure the conversation, if the board is in agreement, is for each trustee to have time to share with administration your thoughts on Plan A or Plan B, and what your comfort level is with Plan A and Plan B. That could be as simple as, I love it and I don't want to change a thing. If you are not fully comfortable with either plan, please try and make your comments as specific as possible so that our administration has actionable feedback to move forward with. And I would also ask trustees just to be mindful of time and to try and limit your questions to just a couple of 3 questions. If we need to do another pass around the room, we certainly can, but that way everyone will have time to talk and share their feedback. So Trustee Foster, would you like to start us off?
I'm really excited about the work that's being done, and I'm also excited about the feedback loop and how each iteration seems to reflect the conversations that I'm hearing from various spaces, and I'm noticing that not everybody is happy with every tweak, but the general tenor is that we're moving in a very positive direction, and that's kind of exciting. To the question of proposal, I guess, is it A and B, 1 and 2? I don't know what they're calling them, but the larger would absolutely be the one that I prefer. There were several campuses that I spend time on that are, just have noticeably, it's just not the best feeling when you can see the dilapidation. And some of those campuses, especially some middle school campuses in the Northeast, have sort of made it onto the second iteration, and I found those to be important. And I was excited to see them come on without my ever having to say anything, but rather that the community was raising this up and the steering committee was hearing loud and clear. So I am all in for the larger bond package. Thank you.
Do you have any additional changes or requests, or you're happy with the bond package as is?
I actually have questions, but I kind of don't want to take up time. I will say that some of the questions I have are around the notion of right-sizing campuses, and if we are successful in the long run of increasing enrollment, what the implications end up being down the line. So I'm thinking of down at Roby and Manor, when we have a school, we right-size it, but what happens do we build it to expansion or what?
Yeah, certainly, Trustee Foster, I can begin to answer that. The first thing I would say is that one of the things we heard loud and clear is that we probably shouldn't look at refining the capacities within elementary schools. Let's go ahead and assume that's a 520 student capacity if it is a smaller campus, to allow some room to grow. Certainly, we don't want to overbuild, but we didn't want to limit growth. And so we were working with the bond steering committee, and the team actually proposed budgets that reflect that. So when we met with the bond steering committee, that was one of their concerns as well, and we were able to address that kind of right off the bat. Middle schools and high schools are a little bit different just because they are such large facilities. So whenever we think about budgeting, we have to consider what the capacity is going to be. So there'll be some refinement as we move through the process, but by and large, elementary schools are not going to be smaller than 522. And then for high schools and middle schools, we'll look at and see what makes the most sense and get recommendations. We did hear also from the bond steering committee that if a revised capacity is considered, to go to the community, make sure they understand what that means as we move forward through the process.
Thank you.
Trustee Anderson.
So, couple of comments and a request. My comments, salary means. So with the dollars that are being proposed, will it allow you to increase grades? And I know you don't design a school around a program, but the vision of the single gender model has always been to, at some point begin to increase the grade levels at the campus. So with what's being proposed for Sadler Means, will it allow you to add grade levels?
So Trustee Anderson, the current budget within Plan A and Plan B, which is a complete modernization, contemplates the existing grade levels. One of the things that is challenging for us is that whenever we expand to include high school grades, we also have to consider fine arts and athletics and the requirements to support those grades, and those are significant space requirements. And so one of the things that I would tell you is that as we move through the planning process, if school leadership and if the administration and the community really want us to explore that, then I would propose is through the planning process, we develop a solution that can consider it, carry it along, and if appropriate, design a solution that can be improved on to get those additional grade levels in. I would tell you at this time that is not in the budget. To include that would require a significant increase, probably up to 100%, making that a much larger project. But that is not, I think that's a really elegant solution that will allow you to kind of plan for the next phase, make sure that if another phase comes in, it's not disruptive to the existing solution. And I think that would be my recommendation at this point.
So my request in regards to that is, currently there are students there who would like to continue on with the single gender model, for high school. So while I do recognize that, I would just request that there be some conversation to add additional grades without expanding the budget, if that's possible.
So I think that the way we would tackle that is by going through the design process. All of our modernizations and really all of our extensive projects, we require a campus architectural team to be convened, which includes community members, administrative staff, and they help us and actually lead the design process. And so that would be no different here. And with guidance from Dr. Mays and the team, we would be able to provide solutions that show what it would look like as we move forward, and we can plan for it and design for it, but we wouldn't be able to actually incorporate those improvements. Just the funds currently as they sit wouldn't allow for it.
Well, as long as you're working toward it, because I would hate for that program to be impacted negatively because they can't increase additional grades and there is a need for it. My next request has to do with special education classroom cameras. I'm requesting those funds be put into special education inclusion classroom improvements. And the reason I'm requesting that is really out of concern. I know that this did not come from special education, and there has not been enough time for all parents to give feedback on this as to, would they be comfortable with the camera in the classroom? Or to give the rationale as to the why something like this would be brought forward. So that's my request for that. And a comment is to the why. Why is this needed? And I can point to 2 places in District 1, which is Northeast and Delco, Why am I highlighting them? If you drive by Delco, when we talk about safety, you can look at the track. You can actually look at it from Cameron Road. The cracks, if you think that's okay for students to run on that or to run on the field and it's, you know, pretty good sized holes, like that's not okay for me. And Delco, you know, every time I drive by there, it's pretty much underutilized, and we could have graduations there. You can see the possibilities. Wilhelmina Delco Professional Center for Learning, just throwing that out there. But that's the why. That's why this needs to be done. That's why I'm grateful for the bond steering committee, you know, recognizing that District 1 has had a need for as long as I can remember. And, you know, having the courage to bring this forward to hopefully bring it to voters to get it passed. So that's my why. Thank you.
Hey, Trustee Zapata?
I like the bigger package. I'm in agreement that if we're going to repair, let's just do it all and do it right at the beginning and pay for that. But I appreciate all the work that you've done, the bond committee members, and that you are very respectful in taking back what you've heard and made those adjustments, like adding Martin to phase 1. I appreciate that. Also, you know, we learned through the storm a year ago how horrible our facilities conditions were, how our students were learning in environments that were not safe or healthy. During the pandemic, we learned, we've known, but finally it was in everybody's face, that our students were behind in technology. And so that now we have an equity department that's helping us address all the inequities, not just that. So I'm glad that this bond has been being organized through the lens of equity, and that is going to be new. It is going to be one of a kind for as a model for the whole nation, I believe. I'm in agreement with the person who spoke first. I forgot. I have that. Anastasia. Thank you. You know, when you get over 60, you forget. And also, you know, so the additional funds, if we have a proposition, technology would be my first priority, because what the pandemic did put us behind, because we didn't know Zoom. A lot of our students in my district did not have the computers, the Chromebooks. Once they got them, they didn't even know how to use them, right? And so we cannot afford to have that happen again, because we are now so far behind to our babies that now it's time to make that investment and ensure our students that their time in class is very valuable time and that we can't waste. And having that technology expenditure there is something that we always must have, because that's the world that we live in now. So, I support the bigger package for all those reasons. And again, thank you for adding Martin to phase 1. And also, one thing I didn't hear, and I didn't hear yet, was finding wordage about Southeast Austin High School, that there be something in here. I don't know, I heard something about like shovel, something that could say, well, we're going to put this so that there's already an effort to begin looking at the ground, the assessments, and all of that could be happening in the meantime, so that when it's next time, that we'll be ready to build that new school that is so needed to that area where we are growing 3,000 new families out there, 3,000 homes. And I know, and I appreciate also that we are not downsizing our schools, because our families are leaving because our schools don't look like those charter schools, those brand-new schools that are the private schools. And so I think when we build them, they will come. So thank you.
Trustee Sabata, regarding the Southeast High School, it is something we've heard from various folks in the community as well. And so one of the things we'll be looking at is identifying funds to progress the planning. We won't quite call it shovel-ready. That's a slightly bigger budget, but we think we can get through the planning process, the due diligence, the assessments, certainly, so that when we do consider a future bond, we are much better positioned and able to kind of, start much quicker. So I think that would be a meaningful opportunity to include as well.
Hey, Trustee Lugo.
All right. Couple of comments before my questions. Comments/requests. So I do hope that the administration and the board can work together to find a succinct and compelling way to describe the historic work that's been done around equity by design and really lifting up the voices of those that are on the margins. I've been in Austin for 25 plus years. Call me an optimist, which I usually am not. But I really do believe that most Austin voters, if they understand the need and if they understand that in many ways this is the debt that we are paying to those students who are part of those populations that have been historically neglected, I think that is compelling. Maybe not for every single voter, but I think it's something that, again, my hope would be that the administration and the board can work together to find a way to communicate that out to the public. The second thing would be, I know a couple of times I've heard, let's choose the larger bond package, and I do kind of hope that we stop calling it the big one. Like, do you want the big one? I don't know. But in all seriousness, the larger bond package, I know I've heard a couple of times people say, well, let's choose that larger bond package because we can get it all done. And the reality is that larger bond package, while it makes it will allow the district to make significant improvements, it's still not the full, this is it. Right. And so I think that's really important as well for us to communicate that it is an ongoing effort. I mean, schools will always have to be maintained or upgraded. So I just kind of want us to keep that piece in mind. The other thing is, so for Sadler Means, I really appreciate Trustee Anderson mentioning that question about, not just the existing grade levels, but also looking at the potential for expanding Sadler Means to additional grades or additional students. I was looking at Attachment 3, the 2022 draft bond packages, and I noticed that for Burnett Middle School, and I tried to just look at the ones where it was modernizing, so correct me if I'm misreading, but for Burnett Middle School, it looked like the student capacity was 1,100, and then for Dobie, Middle School, the student capacity is 926, but then for Sadler Means, the student capacity is only 600. And so I was wondering if clarity could be given around why that is.
Clarity around why the difference in capacity?
Why Sadler Means is at 600.
So I'm referring to Attachment 3, Column 2, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's a different column than what I have. So currently, the operating capacity, so just using a reference document, the current operating capacity for Bertha-Sadler Means is 1,142. In this document, the enrollment is right around 300. One of the things I want to point out is Sadler Means has some spaces that are, essentially unusable. And so that is, obviously something we want to consider. As far as capacity goes for design, this is something that, I was probably not getting at and probably should have put a finer point on when I was responding to Trustee Foster's question. And that is, we want to find a solution that works for the program, works for the site, and works for the community. And so given this current student population of around 300, knowing that they're growing to 400, targeting 600 was a number that was used to build up the budget. I think one of the things we want to consider is 1,200 appropriate? Because that's, or 1,100, and currently that's pretty large. And so, again, it's really figuring out, with school leadership and academics, what is that sweet spot, allows for growth, allows enough flexibility so that we can create an elegant solution. I would also tell you that a lot of the costs tied to these schools are tied to core spaces that are the same regardless of scale, right? So the cafeteria, the gymnasium, those are going to be set at the same size, whether it's 600 student capacity or 1,000 student capacity. So really what you see is the cost differentiator be tied to academic spaces, adding more, wings, more studios, et cetera. So currently right now, the design for the budget is 600. The capacity of the existing building is 1,100. And so that's how that was built.
Thank you for that information. I would ask of my fellow board colleagues that we kind of have additional conversations with administration. I was really, I'm just going to go, point of privilege. I was really fortunate to go to public schools where teachers saw that I was a compliant child. So they liked me. But I look at the young women that are going to Sadler Means, and those are my neighbors, my sisters that didn't get out of our neighborhood, or maybe got out of our neighborhood, but didn't get out of the situation that we found ourselves in economically. And so Sadler Means, although I'm not a native Austinite, it does mean a lot to me, and I really want to see the board and the administration, again, just kind of have additional conversations. I completely understand, hey guys, let's look at the reality of the current enrollment. Let's split the different, whatever those conversations may have been. So I do absolutely understand that. I think kind of along those same lines of right-sizing campuses, I would love to see more information about enrollment planning. Not just for Sadler Means, not just for Pecan Springs, not just for those, right? But I think about Martin Middle School, how they're now now 7th and 8th grade. I would love to see a year 2, year 3 enrollment plan. I'm super worried about that. Call me what you will, but I am worried that, if we're not thoughtful about how all those pieces depend on each other, we could find ourselves in a really similar spot where we're then talking in a couple of years about, well, such and such campus is under-enrolled, and so therefore it doesn't make sense to invest anymore, and we're going to close it down. And I would just really appreciate us having those conversations sooner rather than later, so that we can be thoughtful about how we're getting more students into our campuses. And that was it.
Thank you. Trustee Boswell?
Yeah, thank you. I will also express support for the larger of the two options that the committee has presented to us. I really appreciate the committee's willingness to think differently from what was presented to them. And I want to say thank you to all of you guys again for going there with us and for really looking at the numbers and the reality that as we're reducing our M&O rate, what we can get done. And as Trustee Lugo said, we're not getting done. This doesn't get everything done. This doesn't even come close to getting everything done. But it does get enough done that it does help continue to reduce our costs. It allows us to touch more campus communities in a deeper way. It frees up more money to do other things. It reduces our utility costs, which, as Mr. Segura has said, is really our second largest cost. And I think ultimately it is the more fiscally responsible choice as a district to go with the larger of the two plans. So that's where I stand on that. And I want to continue the conversation about right sizing and really being sure we're thoughtful about that. I think one of the lessons that I heard in our community after the last bond is that we didn't want a one-size-fits-all, that we wanted room for big schools and small schools, that the data show clearly that some populations of students are better served in a smaller school, and that 522 is not a magic number. And if I look at our demographic reports, I want to be sure that a Pecan Springs, an Oak Springs, an Allison, a Harris does have a school that's the right size for what we think that matches our reality. And if you look at our demographic reports, which are imperfect, but one source of information, if you look at fewer than 350 students expected in the attendance zone of Palm Springs, of Pecan Springs, not Palm Springs, at Oak Springs, fewer than 225 expected to live in the attendance zone. And then Langford, I think, may be undersized, where, it looks like there may be more students than we can accommodate at 522. So I want to be really thoughtful that, and I know it's $10 million more here to change the size, 20 million here to change the size. Want to be really thoughtful that we're not setting schools up for closure because they're under-enrolled, that we're not building space that won't be used, that we're using these dollars to go as far as they can. And I talked about this with someone before the meeting and said I wouldn't go here publicly, but I think I'm going to go here publicly. The legislature has discussed a law that would require right of first refusal to charters for any school that closes. And it would not be hard to think that if we had a modernized school that wasn't meeting enrollment, that a future version of the board or in a future moment we decided that consolidating schools might be a necessary choice, that we could end up with a charter occupying one of our beautiful new buildings. And I just want to be really thoughtful that we're matching and that we're being really realistic in having that discussion and matching what we build to what we expect to have happen. And we know that we have a declining share of students. We know, and I have absolute faith that we are doing a lot and that these buildings can do a lot to bring students back. We've seen what's happened at Eastside. We've seen what's happened at T.A. Brown, at some of our modernized campuses. And I don't want to plan ourselves into a corner where we're really doing damage to our district and damage to the campus communities that with this bond, we're really working the hardest to help. So I really want to have that conversation about what right sizing looks like in a really thoughtful, deep way. And with all the resources that we have, because our duty is distinct from the committees, and I'm glad the committee didn't feel the need to go that deep and really think about those real world things in the same way. And I understand there are, policy changes we can make in other programmatic, boundary, all kinds of things. But I also want to look really at the neighborhoods and what we're expecting and make sure we're thoughtful. So thank you.
Thank you. President Rodriguez.
Good evening. I have a couple of comments. First of all, I'm really sorry I can't be there in person because I am in Baltimore at our National Project Search Conference, which is a best practice for hiring young adults with developmental and cognitive disabilities. So I'm sorry I'm not there. I have a couple of comments to make. One, I would add my voice to the entire board in thanking our volunteer bond steering committee for all of their work and service throughout this process. I want to also add that I think there's more discussion to be had about which package to have. I think if you asked me today, which one I would support, it would be the $1.75 billion. I think when we first started, as was said by the administration, we had $1.5 billion. And after asking if they could do a little bit better, I'm really glad to hear that they added another $200 million in capacity. And that brings me up to the context of the discussion we're having. We're having this discussion in the context of a 9.1% inflation rate, voter fatigue, potentially with both a city bond and a Austin community bond that will be seen by our voters as one whole increase, including our bond, which at 1.75 would not be a tax increase. I think we also need to make sure that we all understand we're all on the same side about keeping as much money locally as possible to be able to be good stewards of resources so that we can consider pay increases, including raising our minimum wage, which is currently at $16 an hour. I think when it comes to District 6, as you all know, as my colleagues know, there are growing numbers of families there. In fact, it was the district that had the most amount of residents that had to be changed or moved to another district during our redistricting process. So I'm really hopeful about the growth of our families. And I agree with Trustee Boswell about right sizing and Trustee Lugo. And the example in District 6 is Joslin Elementary School, which is thriving under its multilingual programs. I will want to add my voice to Trustee Zapata's comment about Southeast High School and making it as ready as it can be for the next bond. As we know, there's growing need for a new high school. And I do appreciate the administration listening to the concerns at Aikens around safety and security, around the portables, and how the CTE hubs will be able to help support that. And hopefully with a new Travis Early College High School, either families can choose to go there or change our boundaries, which is not a conversation for tonight, but just, again, putting it in the context of that. And then I'm really glad to hear about, and I think Matias will have to educate me on exactly the right legal words, but the fine arts building efforts, investments that are going on at Crockett High School. And the last part I will say is just a little bit more context of the bigger issues. I think it's important as we have 89 days to the election on August 9th and 40-something days to early voting, that we're clear about what we're communicating around safety and security for our community investing. I am also supportive of workforce housing and whatever options can be laid out between now and August 9th. And then the last thing I'll mention, because I think it's both a part of this bond, but also a bigger picture, which is that as I've been kind of educating myself, especially around school facilities and the impact they're having on climate change, and the fact that there's a study that shows that 72 million metric tons of carbon dioxide are put out by the second largest infrastructure expense in the country, which is K through 12 school facilities. I am really happy to hear about the consideration, the discernment around our transportation and moving to electric buses and considering that. And frankly, also probably a policy discussion that we need to have as a board about committing whether it's 100% clean electricity or the going carbon neutral in the very near future, for example, by 2040 or something like that. I think what happens a lot of times in these discussions is we've learned from our community, working with our community, these kinds of issues bubble up around whether it's safety and security, affordability, climate change, and they're so relevant to the bond discussion that we're having. And I won't have any other comments, Trustee Vice President Wagner. I just want to turn it over to you and thank you for the opportunity to speak as an individual trustee.
Thank you. And Trustee Singh, are you on the call with us? I know your connection's not been 100% tonight.
Hi, everyone. I appreciate this. Can you all hear me okay? I'm assuming
Yes.
you can. Okay, thank you. So I just wanted to, chime in to the chorus of appreciation for the Bond Steering Committee. I am definitely trending towards supporting the larger bond. The needs in our district are great. I think it would be, when you look at the fiscal forecast for our district, when we approved the budget in June, there's a bit of a fiscal cliff there, and that does worry me. This bond is going to make that much more manageable for us as a district. So I do think that the larger bond is definitely where I am trending. I really appreciate the administration and the BSC for putting in, the security measures at Oak Hill and Cook and some of the other schools, the open concept schools and the special ed investments. I think I'm really curious to better understand, which of our campuses, regardless of where they're located, are the most costly for us to maintain, and include that in our calculus of where we might be investing. And so I wanted to ask Mr. Segura, if you haven't already, and sorry, I had to kind of go offline for about 45 minutes. So if you already talked about this, then feel free to ignore. But if you haven't, I would be really curious to ask Mr. Segura if he had any recommendations, based on his knowledge of, the maintenance costs at some of our campuses. What are some of the schools that maybe are very costly that to maintain, but are still not getting significant upgrades in this proposal, in either A or B?
Hello, Trustee Singh. This is Matthias here. One of the things that we provided to the Bond Steering Committee and is in backup from a couple weeks ago, and I'll be happy to provide it again, it's a buildup of the existing costs and projected future costs associated with each of our facilities. And so one of the things I always tell folks is that, it's relative to the school size. A $2 million annual cost for a small elementary school may be more impactful than a $15 million expense at a very, very large high school, just because of the systems and the cost and the age of each of those. So I think that there are facilities that that we can identify that have significant deficiencies. Some of them are reflected in the FCA score. A couple that you've heard in our community is heard as well. Highland Park is one that comes up. Gillette has come up. O'Henry. Each of these have been brought to us by our community because they've been looking at the data. And when you look at those and compare those to existing previous costs as well as work orders and projected deferred maintenance expenses, those are certainly three. There are many others, but Becker comes to mind. There are many others that we can provide. I don't want to just kind of list off a whole bunch of them. Maybe perhaps the better way to do it would be to provide a way to normalize it against a square footage allocation, so that you are truly comparing apples to apples and oranges to oranges, because there is that factor of size and scale that does influence kind of what that key performance indicator is. Would that be helpful?
I think that would be really helpful. And I would also really be interested to see, if we were to add some of these campuses in, obviously we have a choice then. We either increase the size of the general proposition on the bond, or we take away from something else. And so that's a really intense conversation, I think. I'm not sure quite yet where I would fall on that, because I do want to honor the work that the BSC has done. But are there any areas where you see any flexibility, Mr. Segura or Dr. Mays or any of the staff, or even BSC? I don't know if we're allowed to ask BSC members questions today, but I would be curious to know at some point very soon if there are any areas of flexibility that might help accommodate adding some of these more dilapidated campuses that maybe aren't already in the bond.
Trustee Singh, I can start off and certainly would offer Dr. Mazer, if a committee member would like to say a couple words. Having gone through a process like this several times, I think about it two ways. The first thing I think about is trying to keep the intent of the projects. And when I think about intent, I'm thinking about the types of projects at each of these facilities. And so if I was exploring opportunities within the $2.25 billion plan, I would look towards the large projects that are modernizations that move from a modernization already in phase 1 in Plan A to a larger modernization in Plan B. I think that preserves the intent of the modernization. I think that addresses those very real deficiencies that we know exist, but at the same time does allow you to slightly scale back the project and free up some funds for potential other improvements. Again, so I mean, that's where I would look first. I do want to be very transparent that where we don't want to do is to get to a place where we begin to cut things back to a place where they're not executable. Having gone through this again before, sometimes I'm asked, Matthias, what could you do for $5 million, or what could you do for $10 million? And what I'll tell you is that at the end of the day, the board, the administration is going to be held accountable for actually completing these projects. And so I will give you honest recommendations as to what I think can and can't be accomplished. But for this exercise, I think in an effort to keep the intent of the projects as they currently stand, I would look at phase modernizations between Plan A and Plan B, just because they are large, and if scaled back, they would still be in alignment with at least A, if not greater.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Dr. May. Sorry.
For the administration, I think similar to what you all saw last time, the rich dialogue that the bond steering committee had with the board is kind of what has helped us in informing, where we move with the packages. So the more dialogue you all have, the better informed we are.
Well, I'm curious to ask my colleagues, would you all be interested in getting some recommendations based on, from the administration, or is it preferable to just get the raw data and we amongst ourselves kind of evaluate that and try to come up with potential tweaks to the proposals?
Where we gonna find the time at?
That's what I'm wondering too.
Yeah, and perhaps this is something that we can allow our administration to take a little bit of time to digest and come back to us with a recommendation on what they could provide to us, what within the time allowed that trustees would have enough time to react to and share with community as needed prior to August 9th, because I want to make sure we're not boiling the ocean at this point in time as we need to be moving towards a conclusion.
Okay, that's kind of aligns with what I was hoping you would say, so thank you.
All right, did that conclude your comments, Trustee Singh? I can't see your face, so I don't know.
Yes, okay. It does. Thank you. Sorry, I've got a terrible connection.
Yeah,
Thanks.
no worries at all. Just wanted to make sure we had everything from you that you wanted to add. Well, I'll just close out this round of comments with a few of my own just personal pieces. So I feel that, I've watched the progression in the 7 years I've been in this seat of a mounting problem that isn't reducing, it's only continuing to grow. In 2017, we were sitting on $4 billion in unmet maintenance needs. Those needs continue to compound annually. They continue to get more expensive annually, and they continue to place increasing demands on our maintenance and operations budget. That maintenance and operations budget is there with the intent to primarily serve paying our staff. And 87%, if I have the number right, thank you, Mr. Ramos, for nodding your head. I got it. 87% of our maintenance and operations budget goes to pay our staff. So when we are having to put money into failing buildings week after week, month after month, year after year, that are only continuing to get worse, that's less money that we're able to pay our staff. And that's a hugely direct impact on the quality of life, the retention of quality staff, and ultimately the quality of experience that our students have in the classroom. And we absolutely need to be mindful of doing whatever we can to try and cure that in the best way possible. I also know that those campus conditions, although I've heard the criticism said that shiny buildings don't educate children, that is true, but crumbling buildings pull unnecessary time and attention away from educating children. They don't serve children in the best way possible, and they also pull our staff and administration's time and attention away from what they are there to achieve and what they are there to serve our children with. And it truly feels to me that the situation that we find ourselves in demands that we take as an aggressive approach as possible. I do hear Trustee Rodriguez's concerns about the overall size and the burden on taxpayers. But at the same time, I also see that our schools and our district has a mission to serve our students and continue to serve them in the best way possible. That, to me, also not being able to do that as well as we can because of these failing buildings also places a burden on our city. And that's something that I think for me, knowing that we are going to be forced to couple ballot language that says that this is a tax increase, even if we don't raise taxes by doing this and we're able to not raise the tax rate by doing draft A, our voters are not going to be clear on that because of that ballot language. And so with that and all of the other reasons, I'm supportive of Proposal B. There are still some things that I do want to see us explore as we move forward. I think probably is no surprise Bear Creek would be on my list for District 7. Bear Creek, I want to make clear, is a pretty nominal project compared to the size of the projects that we're executing at many of our schools. It is a project that really isn't just a Bear Creek issue. It is an enrollment issue that is a regional issue for all of our elementary schools in Southwest Austin. We're simply out of capacity and we are over-enrolled across the entire region. So this impacts not just Bear Creek, it impacts Kiker, Clayton, Baldwin, Mills, and then extending into Baranoff and Cowan as well. So it's not something that can simply be cured by boundaries anymore. We're out of options. And adding this additional capacity will go a long way to helping that. And so that's what I want to be clear on, is that this isn't just an issue for one school. This is a regional issue that it's addressing. I also would very much like to see attention given to Crockett and to Covington within this. This has been a longstanding wish of mine because I see the growing demand and interest in those schools to deliver fine arts curriculum. I think that there is an opportunity there to continue to invest in those schools and serve more students in a geographically proximate way that are really seeking those richer opportunities. Covington, I think, is at a 49 on the FCA score, so it is at unsatisfactory. So that is something I would like to just understand what possibilities may be there. I was very pleased to see Wooten pulled onto the list because that is a school that we had made a promise to in 2017 as being next up and hadn't quite made the cut for 2017. So thank you for elevating them and making good on that promise, owing to my comments in the last meeting. I am supportive of considering a full phase 1 for Navarro, seeing the state of that school and the community that serves, especially our high immigrant populations there. Very much in favor of McCallum being a full phase 1 because I know that it's drawing students from across the district for fine arts. And I would also want to make sure that we are looking at O'Henry, because I know O'Henry is in a particularly poor state as well, and also draws a diverse student body despite its geographic location. And the last one I'd like to see us consider is Anderson. I know the gym dropped off. Since that is just one project for that school, I know it is a significant safety concern at this point for that campus. And so given that we're not just talking about enhancing facilities and making them nicer and bigger, we're actually addressing the safety concern that truly exists within that campus. So I would appreciate seeing that considered as well. I know that's a lot of puts, and so making sure that we're clear on the takes. I think that there are some opportunities to look at phasing of some of our secondary campuses so that there still is a very significant investment and change in many of those campuses. But that way we may be able to spread that energy around to other campuses that have been shown to serve students who truly are in need of those changes as well, in areas that, and I appreciate Trustee Boswell touching on the looking at geographically being strategic, that we are making sure that we are being very strategic about making those investments in places where we know there's a high likelihood that students may choose another option or families may choose another option for their child. So with that, those are my comments for the evening, but I will look to my trustees to say if you guys have any additional questions, if you'd like to do one more pass down the dais to cover. I see at least one hand and one nodding head. So I'm going to start us off at the beginning again. Trustee Foster? Okay. Trustee Anderson?
I'm about to ruffle some feathers because that's what I do. So I hear the conversation about enrollment, and it absolutely makes steam come out of my ears. It's every time I hear a conversation about schools in District 1, I hear enrollment, oh, the doom and gloom. That's not limited to District 1. But what I take out of those conversations is, because families are being displaced because of things that are out of their control, I want to right-size your school. Like, what message does that send? Is that equity? Is that what equity looks like? Will we talk about right-sizing an O. Henry or Matthews or Oak Hill or Austin High as a former Austin High student? Will we talk about right-sizing any one of those? So please don't reference right-sizing a campus in District 1 for something that is out of their control. And if you're going to have, I've said this umpteen times, if there's going to be an enrollment discussion, if you're not having that conversation along with the city of Austin, then we're spinning our wheels. Like, look at their marketing. The last time I looked at their marketing, it was towards singles and pets. And so if you're not having a conversation to say, hey, how can we work together to try to bring families back to Austin? That's a much longer conversation, but don't limit my district for something that is out of their control. I'm simply asking the students that choose to be in District 1 schools, give them the opportunity to flourish like you would a O. Henry or Matthews or Austin High. They want a nicer school too. They don't want to continuously hear, oh, well, the enrollment, it needs to be right size. And they don't want to hear that. That's really a slap in the face. They choose to be in those campuses. And I'm just simply asking, show them some respect. Like, that is so infuriating. And Bear Creek, if I distinctly remember, I was the senior on the Boundaries Committee because I had been on there so long. And when they opened, and while I do understand they may be growing, the enrollment is growing, I would not support putting money towards them because there are other campuses that could use those dollars. I do know. And I know it may not be addressed for Boundaries, but I do know that relief can be done with Boundaries. I know some relief can be done. I do know that. I ain't saying just bust the whole school up with Boundaries. That's not what I'm saying. But I know some relief can be done. But I would much rather put that toward a campus that really could use it. That's just where I'm at. I know enrollment, it can be a safety issue. I get all that. But at the same time, I know there are other campuses that can use it. two requests. The first one is, and I know I've mentioned this before when we talked about the budget and looked at all that stuff, a possibility of starting to create another pot of money so that everything isn't coming out of this one pot. So the monies to pay staff is in a separate pot and not in this pot right here. Does that make sense? Matthias, a question about itemizing. So as you look at I'll just throw out a couple, LBJ and some of the other ones. How can we ensure that if, it's the gym or whatever it is, how can we ensure that, when it comes to pass, that it's going to be for the gym?
Trustee Anderson, great question. We've certainly also have had that from our community members. So right now what you're seeing is rolled up dollars, right? Because we're starting from the deficiencies. We identify strategies from the long-range planning. We weave those in. We take efficiencies because we're bundling the projects. And ultimately what you get is a summary and then a dollar amount. We do have the backup. And as we produce the project data sheets for each campus, you will see a more refined breakdown. So you'll see, HVAC improvements. We may even be able to show, okay, over this area, CTE, athletics and academic wing 400. We have that level of certainty. I will caution the board just that whenever we show that information, we don't want to go too deep. And the reason that we don't is because we haven't completed the design process. And so what happens sometimes is as you're in the design process for any one of these schools, you find things, right? You open up a wall, that's been there for 60 years, and you find something, and all of a sudden what was the worst issue is now the second worst issue. So we will provide itemized dollar amounts and budgets for each of our campuses, but we're not going to get to the level of saying, these types of equipment in these locations. We're going to, allow the design process to occur before we get to that level. But you will see a much more detailed breakdown once we get to the project level campus sheets, which are only, a week and a half, 2 weeks out, I guess, after the board. But we have that information already. That's how it'll be presented.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Trustee Zapata?
Yeah, I just want to add that I didn't mention in all the projects for the modernizations, if there's an accelerated schedule of how they're going to be built, when they're going to be built. So that's one question. I'm not concerned about Martin not getting under enrollment. I mean, I learned through building Eastside Early College, we underestimated how many students were going to be able to get in there. We built a small school that we had to change and move international to another campus. So I'd hate for us to think small, because Riverside is getting reorganized over there, and there is going to be a new Foundation Communities property, a big property. There's a lot of things happening over there that I know we will be able to fill Martin. So I don't want to underbuild Martin. And also, with the other crisis we had that we experienced, not because our neighbor in Uvalde experienced that horrible crisis they had there because of safety, not having a safe school. Brought everybody in the whole world, just like the pandemic. Oh, now we got to look at our buildings, are they safe? Well, we've known that they're not safe, but at least it did put fire under all of us, all the districts, to really make that a priority, because our children, and if you look at all the schools that are getting modernized in District 2, That's how unsafe our schools have been, that they have to be rebuilt. And so I'm hoping that the voters will see that it's not because we want new buildings, it's they need to be rebuilt, just like Robb School has to be rebuilt, so that our students get the quality education and in the learning environment that they deserve. It's way overdue, and so I'm hoping that that's something our taxpayers can really talk and understand, that it's not this side versus that side. It's just that it's been too long that our students have been having to learn, our teachers, our staff, having to work in facilities that were not safe and did not have what they need, the facility space they need to really do some equitable teaching and learning at those campuses. So I just wanted to also mention that. And at this point, because we're so late in the game and we're still trying to figure out which plan A or B, and having to get the word out to everyone, it's just no time. It's just I think all the suggestions are important suggestions, but because we do have the long-range planning, that we bring them all there and begin having those conversations and continue this work moving forward. Thank you.
So Trustee Zapata, I'd love the opportunity to respond regarding schedule. One of the things that we're already doing is laying out each of these projects. The things that we always want to consider is delivery date. You know, when is the day that the school is going to be available for students to be in it? And we always want to deliver those schools in August. So we have a firm a firm end date. We also look at construction duration. You know, elementary schools you can construct between 13 and 18 months depending on size. Middle schools are obviously larger, and high schools even larger than that. And then we think about the design process. We design with community, and so we allot for that, and then we start even before that with procurement. So we're laying all of that out. We are prioritizing those projects that are associated with security. But we also know that we have to get a start on these large projects because escalation is impacting our budgets. This does account for it. But the more that we can do sooner, the better off that we're going to be, right? We're really mitigating that schedule risk. And really what that means is just budget risk as well. And so we're going to come back to you once this begins to settle out and we have a vote or a path forward. And we're going to also recommend the construction methodology, whether we're going to propose design build or construction manager at risk or another methodology for all of the projects. It's one of the requirements by the board that does get approved before we actually execute the work. And so our goal is to include within that document the dates of when each of these projects will be delivered. Certainly, we'll provide that to y'all, get feedback, make adjustments as necessary. But we certainly understand that time is incredibly valuable. We need to get moving very quickly. And my expectation is that we're ready to go, and we're going to do a lot of amazing work very efficiently. And it does take partners, right, including the City of Austin, to get it done that quickly.
Trustee Lugo?
Yeah, thank you. Couple of questions. So, interested in the conversation about Bear Creek. So I'm going to bring that up again. So I had heard word on the street from a BCS member was that there is potentially a non-bond, so non-monetary solution to the Bear Creek issue. The space and all that. Can you give me more information about that, or give us more information about that?
Yeah, I'd like to, maybe if it's from the BSC, I probably would ask that one of them speak to it. It wasn't one that I wasn't engaged in at length, but certainly, if there's an opportunity for someone to speak on that, certainly can.
Oh man, I should have told them to show up then. Texting.
I think for us,
Oh.
Okay, April. This is April Clark, one of our bond steering committee members.
Hi. I was just going to mention that we had discussed, not as part of the bond steering committee, but outside of the bond steering, not as a official strategy, but there are ways to reduce kind of by looking at the boundaries of that school and looking at what enrollment is at adjacent schools, that it's not necessarily a situation where we have to add on to the school or it's going to have issues. So there are potentials, and I think that you had said that there were options about that as well.
Well, I mean, I think one of the things, and again, for us, I do agree that the adjacent campuses are overutilized. And we did design the school to be able to accept a future expansion, which is, kind of what this dollar is allocated for. As far as ideas that have been presented, there's certainly been a variety of them. If I'm missing something, please let me know. I'm just trying to wreck my brain.
You had told me at one point that there was some solutions that you guys had for Bear Creek that wouldn't involve expanding the school to work out any enrollment issues that it had.
Oh, yeah, I guess let me get back and see what those might include. I'll have to get with our planning and asset management team just to make sure I don't misspeak on that one.
So I have another question. So Menchaca, I thought Menchaca Elementary, that they're over their capacity too, like they're using all their open space. Is that?
I have not heard that from Menchaca. I haven't spoken to.
Okay.
I mean, is that
the body language that you're reading is like what?
No.
So they're using every square footage, and so I think again, I ask of my colleagues that we think long and hard about which special projects are added to the bond, because it can open up a Pandora's box. Okay, so the other things I would mention is I am concerned about, so two things. One, I completely understand the need for large organizations like AISD to have some flexibility when it comes to how these projects roll out and which projects go from full modernization to phase modernization. But that does deeply concern me, and I really appreciate Trustee Anderson for bringing up some questions around like, well, how do we know, or how does the voting public know that what we say is going to happen will actually happen? And so again, not so much for administration, but more so for the board. And as we know, there's going to be there are 5 seats that are up for election. So we're not entirely sure what the board configuration will be. So knowing that, I think looking at the CBOC, so the Community Bond Oversight Committee, the CBOC policy. Trustee Boswell, can you remind me, are we looking at that policy? Did we already look at that? What is going on with the?
Still looking at that.
Okay, so we're still looking at that policy. Thank you for that reminder. So I think it's absolutely critical that we put some really strong accountability measures in place, because the last thing that I would ever want to be a part of is something that would leave the community feeling like it's a bait and switch. Not that it would be, but the perception is just as important as anything else. So just wanted to mention that to my colleagues. Thanks.
And Trustee Lugo, we were able to get the utilization for Menchaca, and it's set at 86% right now. So we'd want to meet with the principal and just kind of see how that space is being used. And I will tell you that, during the pandemic, every space was used in every one of our schools, and a lot of those, strategies were just maintained. So I will look into that, but I wanted to make sure that I share that information with you. Thank you.
All right, Trustee
Thank
Boswell.
you. Yes, I have a few things. I would support looking at kind of thoughtful ways to consider some phasing at secondary projects. And so we have an opportunity to discuss that among ourselves as a board with each other and the community. I appreciate the security additions at Cook and Oak Hill. Thank you very much for that. I think, that need to feel secure on our campuses is essential everywhere. So thank you for that. And thank you for bringing to us the data about the cost, the expense of maintaining different campuses and finding a way to make that something we can look at in some kind of systematic way that is closer to an apples to apples. Thank you for that. I want to reiterate my concerns about O'Henry and just the deep need there that the community has lived with for a very long time, and you know, that I understand it doesn't fully fit the social vulnerability index and to the degree that a lot of our campuses, but certainly the expense of maintaining it and the reality of being on that campus with hallways that flood, you know, a pump that pumps out the 8th grade hallway when it rains, and a building that truly is so old that it's really hard to fix these. You know, the plumbing is a zero, a brick wall has fallen over in the girls' locker room. The AC issues, the fact that it's a campus that serves a large proportion of our deaf and hard of hearing students, and with fans and AC, a lot of those students who, you know, need support hearing here have even more trouble hearing. So thank you for considering that and for what you brought to us about that, a substantial project there. I do remain interested in, when we're looking at Austin High, in making sure that the field work is done in alignment with that long-range plan there, so we're not doing a project twice, and would hope we would do the same at all of our high schools for these major field plans, that we would really look at the work that the high schools have done for that long-range planning during the 2017 bond. Similar request remains for whatever vestibule is done. The long-range plan at O'Henry that includes that secure vestibule, includes putting the office on the first floor. That remains a major security issue there, to have an office on the second floor. So I would hope that work would be done in alignment, and remain interested in seeing what, you know, the difference in having a fine arts phase when all the work is done, the HVAC and the electrical work there. So thank you for, you know, considering that with us. Also have some, just want to put out there as we look at kind of elementary schools with need, that Brikerwood, Zilker, Becker, thank you for mentioning the need at those, and I know they're not going to get major projects this time, but just kind of continuing to remind our community that we know there's deep need everywhere. We know that we're not going to get to everything, and that the big plan, even though it's been shuffled from what was presented in 2017, the big plan is to still get there to everything, and just want to keep talking about that as we talk about this, that there has to be a line, and a line has to have an order, but it's not that we never get there, and not that we don't understand the need. And I am hearing from a lot of campus communities that say we can get by with the building, but there are real kind of student safety issues on outdoor tracks. I've heard Trustee Anderson talk about the Northeast track, but for elementary schools that are going to have more pressure on their outdoor spaces, that we have blacktops that are pitted and not safe to run on, that we have you know, areas where elementary students are going to run and don't have, you know, safe, it's gravel, they don't have safe outdoor places to do the PE in, that we're going to be asking more of. And I don't know if there's any funding for that, but just would like to, you know, consider that. I know we're considering a roofing fund for things that come up unexpectedly, that we're considering an HVAC fund in this for things that come up unexpectedly, and wondering if there may be some room to have just some funding somewhere to make sure that our spaces are serving what we need them to do, as we're asking more of them outdoors on elementary school campuses. And then one additional thing, kind of as the committee's brought us a new draft, and as we're talking about, you know, kind of possible adjustments to it, that I really see emerging an exciting middle school opportunity here that I'd like to circle back with our administration and our long-range planning group about. We know that middle schools, we lose a lot of students at middle school. We know that's an enrollment dip for us. We know that we hear, you know, from a lot of people that middle school is a community with a lot of needs, and that it doesn't always get the attention that our elementary schools and our high schools get, and that there may be a real opportunity here, as we're looking at some major projects at middle schools, to have our long-range planning committee go deep into what our middle schools need and into what opportunities there might be. I know you're planning to bring non-bond suggestions to us, and I think there's an exciting opportunity there that our community's been looking for a while that really serves some of our other goals of increasing enrollment, of better serving students, of setting students up for that post-secondary success, for those CTE pathways, to participate in the arts and the athletics that we're working right now to support through the bond. So just want to put that out there to consider as a community as we look forward. Thank you.
So, Trustee Boswell's, in regards to the outdoor activity areas, one of the things that we certainly recognize is that maintaining these kind of at-grade decomposed granite tracks is time-consuming, labor-intensive. Oftentimes, just a half-inch of rain will begin to rut them out. We do repair them in-house, but we often, in one summer event, we might have 20 that have to get repaired, and it does take some time. And at the same time, the grass is growing, and that's the same crew. So, it's just a compounding effect. I will say that we do have outdoor spaces, improvements allocated to many of the facilities, but not all of them. And so what we can do is see where we might be able to include dollars, because one thing I will tell you is that whenever we have a project, especially a comprehensive project, the larger ones, like, the ones that may even address like the security spaces or their outdoor space, the open space concepts, because those projects are so large, we try to work with the campus to figure out, okay, what else can we add to this that kind of meets the overall needs of the campus. And oftentimes we hear from principals and the community that the outdoor spaces are important, and dollar-wise they're not that expensive. So what we'll do is we'll go back and figure out, okay, what would be an appropriate amount. We wouldn't want to allocate it per campus, because as we go through, we always try to kind of get in there whenever we can, and we can create that number, and it shouldn't be a significantly high number. But what we're talking about is a ribbon curb, that controls the path, which protects it during these types of events, and actually is a much more comfortable place to run on. So we'll do that.
Thank you. And would that be looking at it for every elementary school that doesn't currently have that?
So what we would do is we would net out the modernization projects.
Mm-hmm.
We would net out the projects that align with that strategy, because one of the strategies from the long-range planning process was to include that. And so many of the campuses have some dollars allocated. We'd figure out where those were, and then we would also figure out which schools have large enough projects where we think we can get it in, and then we would figure out what the difference is and then allocate accordingly.
Thank you very much.
Great. And Trustee Rodriguez, did you have any questions or comments? Oh, I'm sorry. Trustee,
I do.
Come back around. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I do. I know I promised I didn't, but I do. I think there's a particular question around. Well, let me start with the issue that Trustee Lugo brought up. I think there is under the governance role, there is a expectation that the board can direct the administration to prioritize certain projects over others. So we did that in the 2017 bond in directing East Austin schools to be built first and accelerated. So we can do that effort. I think that the other part I was going to mention is that I really do appreciate all of the conversation, because I think we're getting closer. And I think from my perspective, I really want to spend some time with the finance team to understand what a tax rate increase and a tax reduction will do to increase the appraised values in our property. I think that's an important question to understand. And then the last thing I'll mention is just out of transparency around legal issues. The board, under their governance role, has the ability to restrict the contingency funds if they're available. And I think that there was some legal issues the last time around what contingency project funds and what contingency overall, and what the board was going to be coming back to from the administration. So I know that I'll be recommending some accountable restrictions on those contingency funds. And with that said, I think the only question I have is around how much contingency is in this particular bond, because in the last time, the board did use its governance authority to restrict or limit or prioritize those contingency funds should they be still available. So I'm just curious overall, Matthias, what the overall contingency fund percentage is. And I know it's by specialized, but I know that there's you can get an overall contingency percentage.
Yes, President Rodriguez, that is accurate. Every contingency is a budget line item that we use to address unforeseen issues or conditions. We have contingency allocated in the design process. We have contingency allocated in the construction process. We have owner side contingency, and we also have construction side contingency. So we thread it throughout the project, and as we move through the project, we either consume it because we identify unforeseen conditions, or we don't. At the end of the day, if when the project closes out, and all the commitments are paid, the remaining amount is identified as surplus funds. Those surplus funds then get moved into an account. The CBOC oversees kind of the buildup of that account, and that is really what is used to kind of be considered for other projects. So as far as contingency goes, however, it does vary. I don't want to misspeak, but I will tell you on smaller projects, you tend to be around 8.5% to 12%. As you move towards larger projects, depending on the complexity, especially if they're deep renovations or new modernization projects, it can get north of that. I don't want to sit here and misspeak and give you a percentage, but it ranges by project, again, all the way down from 8.5% up to about 14.5%. And again, it's threaded through every single part of the project. But I can give you that information if you give me a little bit more time, perhaps Monday. I can just give you that.
And board colleagues, this is a great example of how there is a big challenge between the tension between accountability and transparency. I fully expect that we'll have a discussion about these issues because I'm not interested in giving full flexibility around what is considered project contingency and surplus funds. And we'll have a legal discussion about that because this is a big governance contention point that we'll have a discussion about. But I appreciate the opportunity to share the comments in the public discourse. I'll turn it back over to you, Tristan.
Great. Thank you, Trustee Rodriguez. And Trustee Singh, are you still with us?
I'm still with y'all. Thank you. So I did have a couple of questions, really just more on the process. I feel like we are fairly close in coming to something that we can all live with. But I guess President Rodriguez or Dr. Mays, do you all have thoughts on how we're going to spend the next couple of weeks before August 9th? Dr. That's, I just kind of want the logistics and planning guidance. Thank you.
I think one of the things that we ought to do is make sure we get feedback from the board I know we're wrapping up here, but I think it's important for us to get together as the governance committee. I think we have certain tools like the small group meetings and sort of the individual meetings sort of with questions and concerns, sort of like the one I just raised up around the tax rate increase and tax rate deductions and understanding that. And I think we are really close, but I think that the small group meetings, individual meetings, trying to make sure that we address these issues, and the board has done a great job tonight of raising up issues of concern, because now is the time to raise them. Now is the time to have those discussions, because on Tuesday, August 9th, I think the entire board feels a responsibility and obligation to make sure that we vote on a final package. So it's really, we're towards the end, and we need to make sure that we're fully engaged. And if we're comfortable, then just share that with the administration. But I think we're trying to making sure we're down to the last few questions and items before we come to a vote on Tuesday, August 9th. I hope that's helpful, but I also would welcome any of our colleagues to make any other suggestions.
Yeah, and I'd also like to ask Dr. Mays to respond as well, just so that, because this is an interplay between the board's input and administration's ability to bring us back updates to respond to. So I wanted to give Dr. Mays an opportunity to respond on what his team needs in terms of steps to proceed.
Yeah, I think the ongoing feedback that you all are sharing tonight is helping us get where we need to be. And like you said, it's about us clarifying some of the questions you all brought tonight through the small groups, so that when we get to August 9th, we're where we need to be. And so the more engagement we have with you all and clarifying these pieces, I think the better.
Okay. And trustees, is there comfort with that approach, or does anyone have input they wish to share with Dr. Mays about how we proceed? I will take that as, okay. Yeah, and I think, Dr. Foster, you had a question or comment?
Well, no, and I guess it really is in line with the tenor of the conversation right now, and it's just sort of a gentle reminder to us. And I've heard it. So I guess I want us to appreciate and acknowledge attention at this particular moment. And the tension is, but I've discovered this, or I've heard this from the community, or here's this piece, and we want to get things in, and often for very good reasons, against the reality that we are committed to equity by design. And that the later you get in the day with additions, the more the likelihood that inequities will accidentally creep in. So that part of what we end up having to do, from my mind, is if we say, well, gosh, we really should add this, well, then now we have to go back and look at all facilities to ensure. So let's take the O. Henry piece. Like, okay, I'm immediately sympathetic if someone says, every time it frickin' rains, this is what happens. And so that's my immediate response. But then my secondary response is, oh, wait a minute. We got to make sure that when we introduce this, if we do this here, are we not doing it for another campus where the same problem actually exists? And recognize that part of our context is thousands of unmet needs. And it is literally impossible for the 9 of us, or even the extended dozens of us, to really fully appreciate all the needs. And what happens is, because I happen to walk a favorite campus, I'm acutely aware of those needs. Or because I happen to be in conversation with certain communities, or certain people happen to have my cell phone, I become aware of things and I lift them up. And I lift them up righteously and beautifully. And there's something else that is equivalent, that is out there that I'm not lifting up, that I'm not aware of. So this is the point where I am actually the most nervous about equity. So I guess I just wanted to sort of lift that up for us as we consider all of the things that we might want to, I don't want to say sneak in a pejorative sense, but like sneak in it, like, oh my gosh, what about this one? And then we realize 3 months down the road, man, this community's ticked off. And the reason why they're ticked off is because they had that exact same problem and no one noticed it. So I'm fearful, even as I agree with the general tenor of the conversation that we are moving forward well. But I, for one, am going to be increasingly cautious with every new piece added, and increasingly wary. And I don't want to upset or offend anyone as I enter that space, but that's where I'm going to be, because I'm committed to the equity by design, the doctor, like all the stuff that Holly, all the stuff that the bond steering committee, all the stuff that's been the time put in. It's like we're at 95 yards, and it's like the last 5 yards are so important. So thanks for giving me a minute to pontificate.
Certainly, and I think Trustee Anderson, you had one additional comment, and then I'll chime in with my last point of feedback.
So mine is a comment and a request. Trying to understand Bear Creek and an addition, and I want to understand the why. What does an addition look like at, say, a Mills? Or was that considered? So what would it look like at Mills? Would the cost be more? Or, because I'm trying to understand. I know about the enrollment out there, I do. And I'm just trying to get a better understanding before I just totally be stubborn.
Trustee Anderson, I won't be able to fully answer your question, but I will tell you that one of the things that the AISD is doing is that when we plan for flexibility, and we plan for the future now, probably better than we have in the past. So I can tell you that when Bear Creek was originally constructed, it was planned in a way that it could easily accept this type of improvement. I can't tell you what the design plans and kind of future thinking was at Mills at the time it was constructed. I can tell you, though, however, at this point, I don't think that they thought through that and what it would look like to add that space. But I can have my team and myself quickly look at it and see what that might take. But I suspect it would be more costly just because it hasn't been planned for. But I can't give you more details than that. But I certainly can look at that, and then next week when we have those meetings, I can provide that information.
No, I knew you weren't gonna be able to answer it. It was a request. I was just ranting, but it was a request. I wasn't trying to put you on the spot and expect you to know everything right now, but that's my request. I'm trying to get a understanding before I draw my line in the sand. So, thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to explore the options there and recognizing that there is an enrollment challenge in Southwest Austin. I think my only last comment that I just wanted to share as an individual trustee is ask for you, Dr. Mays, and just making sure that as we're thinking about communications with our constituency, whether that's parents, staff, taxpayers, that there is a lot of intention around making sure that the information is easy to find and understand. I know the communications team is kind of up against a wall in terms of being able to have the time they need with accurate information. But right now, like when I go to the district's website, I can't find any information about the bond. I can only find invitations to sign up to go to meetings or information about the 2017 bond. It's not until I go to the link that is in some of the social media posts that I'm actually able to find the bond information. And so if I, as a trustee that has that intimacy of understanding, am spending 15 minutes on the website trying to find the bond information, that is showing me that maybe we're not thinking completely through what we need to get in front of people right now and where we need to link to it, that folks may be looking for it. So just asking for you guys to really think carefully about the user journey and also being able to have a lot of digestible information that shows people where we are, because our runway is so very short. Being able to get as much information as we can possibly in front of folks now, I think is so critically important. So I'd just like to ask you guys to maybe just take a look a step further at what we can be doing between now and when we do make that decision on August 9th to get more information out in the hands of the public.
Absolutely. To the not being able to find stuff easily on the website, that's a really good feedback. I think a lot of times we spend so much time rearranging the furniture that we forget to point out where the front door is.
Mm-hmm.
And starting next week, it'll be real easy to find it on the front page of the website.
Great. And even with meeting invites, if we can link to the AISD Future website on the meeting invites,
Absolutely.
that would be hugely helpful, because right now the meeting invites only include a link to sign
Okay.
up for the meeting. They don't include a link to find any information about what the meeting's about.
Okay.
So things like that, just thinking about what that user journey is as they're interacting with the different points of communication, I think would be hugely helpful.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
The feedback, like you said, we've been getting that feedback pretty much ongoing throughout the journey. And so myself, Mr. Segura, Mr. Stanford, having those strategic conversations, like you said, thinking about the end user experience, and we've made some discoveries and are taking some steps to make sure that we get stronger in terms of our support for communication being a lot better for this process. So.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right. Well, with that, We will now recess the open meeting at 9:34 PM and move to executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Sections 551.074, 551.072, 551.073, 551.087, 551.076, and 551.071. For our viewers at home, this concludes our live broadcast. When we are finished with the executive session, we will briefly return to open session to formally adjourn the meeting. The adjournment will be recorded and will be included in all replays of tonight's meeting. Thank you for joining us and have a good evening.